Alan has a Zoom link. I emailed it to you.
Okay. Is there any way that we can change the view of the boardroom to the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you, Freddie.
Very welcome.
Fantastic. So we're live streaming. We're ready to go. Is that correct? Are we live streaming now or?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the February 19th, 2024 meeting of the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners. And Dr. Collada, would you mind calling the roll?
Dr. Williams.
Here.
Dr. Taylor.
Present.
Dr. Weather.
Here.
Dr. Horton.
Here.
Dr. Thomas.
Here.
Dr. Johnson.
Here.
Ms. Sport. Ms. Sport.
I'm here.
Dr. O'Neill.
Here.
Dr. Ali.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, you have a quorum and 10 members.
Great. Thank you so much. And then could we please pause for a moment for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so let's, without further ado, get started with the agenda. Dr. Collada, would you mind posting that on the main screen?
Let's see if I can share. I sure will. Hang on a second. All right. Can you see it?
Yes. Okay. So the first item is the minutes from the last meeting. Are there any edits to the minutes or suggestions, revisions, any of those?
I have my hand raised.
Ms. Sport?
There's something to say.
Dr. Thomas, I think everyone recalls that in the last meeting, I made a statement about our fiscal planning, and Dr. Collada asked me for a copy of that to be included in the minutes. I believe that we had a motion to proceed with the recommendations in that statement in concept to take to administration. And I would like, if the statement cannot be included in the minutes in total, I'd like at least for the minutes to reflect that I made a statement with a link to the statement. And that's all.
I thought that Jacinta included that statement in the minutes, but
We will have it included.
I think it was.
We received it separately, but we did receive it, and
Right.
I do believe it should be included in the minutes.
And we will include it in the minutes.
Thank you.
fantastic. Does that
That's
satisfy?
perfect.
Yes. Okay. All
Absolutely.
right.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Any other revisions or edits for the minutes?
I have something.
Yes, Dr. Horton.
It's very minor, but Jacinta made the edits that I had requested. However, one thing that I noticed as I was going over these minutes that had already been sent to me, somewhere we lose the numbers of the items in the minutes. Perhaps that has to do with paste and copy items, but if you look at page 4 of the agenda, there's no item 9 listed, it's skipped. And then on page 7, there's no item 19 or 20, no item 23, so it's just how you number all of those things.
I do apologize for that. Obviously we had some building issues and out of the office issues and that sort of thing, but we will get that cleared up by the next meeting. Thank you for pointing that out, Dr. Horton. Any other edits or suggestions for the minutes? Fantastic. Well, then I will take a motion to approve.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Are
Lauren?
we supposed, when we make a motion or second it, are we supposed to say names so you guys can?
So I was just about to ask Lauren a procedural question. Would it be better now that we're on Zoom to take an actual roll call for every vote, or are you comfortable with us voice voting as usual?
You can still voice vote, you just can't like raise your hand. You just have to make sure that it's all clear and audible, but we can still, since y'all are all on camera, we can still see who's saying everything. But it's
Fantastic.
whatever you're more comfortable with.
Okay. All right. I think in the interest of time and efficiency, we can just voice vote. And if there's ever any split or something like that, then we can take roll call. All right. Moving on to new business. No new business, and then follow-up action, and then rulings and advisory opinions.
None of those.
Okay. So I do not have any new items to report for the president's report. And next is our vice president's report.
Okay, I'm going to make this quick. We started this process with 43 total issues under consideration. 21 of those are completed, 12 are pending, 5 are related to fiscal planning, so pending but in its own separate category, and 5 I've labeled as new. There are a couple that aren't really new, but we haven't taken any action on them yet. And another issue has popped up in the media, and I would like to ask at this time if we could discuss in executive session an issue regarding jurisdiction over coroners.
So the
Is there a
motion
motion?
raised to add an item to executive session, and we just need a
What are you doing?
second.
Second, Taylor.
Thank you.
And an opportunity for public comment.
Yes. Are there any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Getting a lot of-
We
Someone has a kitchen in the background.
Or a construction site, one or the other.
And then could we post Ms. Sports, the vice president's report, because I don't think it was posted online whenever she was giving her report.
Can certainly post it. We'll put it in the minutes. Add it there for a second. I lost it.
Much appreciated. And then moving on to our next agenda item.
Yeah, the next item would be my report. Moment, please, ma'am. And I'm going to give mine verbally because it has been fluctuating so rapidly. And I apologize, we couldn't get it written in time and sent out because it's changed 3 times since we actually would have sent it out. But to be clear, we have a request from one of our legislator, Representative Phelps, to ask for help in drafting some legislation that addresses the issue of urgent and emergent care to people who are suffering from sickle cell disease and its complications. And it would be in order that we support that, but I'll leave it up to the board. And then in order to tell you what happens, you would have to add that for discussion if you want to discuss it. Then, of course, what happened in the building was on January the 29th. On arrival, our building services manager noticed that there was water in the building. We isolated the leak on the 5th floor and some of the newest portions of plumbing in the building. And that leak was stopped. However, there was significant water damage throughout the building. We also had damage to the elevator. At this time, we spent about $15,500 to clean up. We have about $32,000 in damages to the elevator. We've been working closely with our ORM insurance carrier, Sedgwick Agency. Things are moving along. We have some baseboards, ceiling tiles, and other things that need to be estimated. And at this time, while we had variable damage throughout most of the 5th floor, all floors, things are in process to be covered by our insurance. And we did have some overtime charges. I doubt that that will be paid by the Sedgwick, but we'll be talking with them at that time. Additionally, I need to tell you also some questions about the wood building. I'll move on. There has been a scandal. I sent most of the board members some issues about the USMLE. At this time, 12 states are involved with a problem in the testing center that originated out of Nepal, in Kathmandu, and it affected 3 trainees in Louisiana. And they have, with 2 of the trainees, they basically have removed their 1 and 2 scores, which places them unable to be trained in Louisiana at this time, and they are benched. There was one trainee in Louisiana who had a step 3 problem, and his scores have been vitiated. But he is only in the 2nd year, so she can continue to train. But all of these people must either appeal or take a validation examination. And if unsuccessful on the appeal, they take the validation exam. Or if they don't, they will lose any credibility for step 1 and step 2. The first 2 we talked about in step 3. So if this person does not take step 3 validation examination,
You're muted, Dr. Van.
are we unmuted? I'm not sure what happened. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so do you have any questions about the USMLE, or did you all hear all that?
We didn't hear the very end of what you were saying.
So everyone who is affected has to take the validation examination. Apparently, this is much more widespread, and the USMLE and the FSMB are working hard to identify it. But at the present time, there are only 3 people in Louisiana that are affected. There are 11 other states, and they're beginning to find issues in more testing centers. But again, that is an ever-evolving situation, and we will not know the extent of it for quite a while, but we'll keep you up to date on what happens if anything changes in Louisiana. Do you have any questions about either the building issue or the USMLE?
Hi, this is Dr. Williams. I have a question about the insurance. That's about 47,000 in damages that you mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a deductible?
It's my understanding, Alan, you might want to weigh in. Al, you might want to weigh in on this. It's my understanding that there's no deductible at this point. But again, it's all damages that we have insurance for.
Oh, that's great.
If you want to update everybody on any newest information you might want to have, please do so. I don't guess Al has any new information, but at this time, we do not anticipate any deductible.
Any other questions? I do have a question. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. O'Neill.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Van, any ETA on when the elevator will be functional?
The elevator was waiting for parts, and the contractor says as soon as the parts are in, they will put us on priority to get the elevator fixed. But again, without parts, they can't even begin to fix it. Parts are ordered, and the deposit has been made. We will be reimbursed certainly for that deposit. But in order to keep things moving, we put the deposit in and we'll get reimbursed by Sedgwick, our insurance carrier, is the plan. And the parts are on their way, but until they're here, we can't even begin to say when it's going to be fixed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. O'Neill.
I said thank you. I just said thank you for the information. It's kind of weird, you know, my building at Tulane actually had water damage also, like right before this, and I couldn't go in for over 2 months, so
Jeez.
very weird.
Well.
I have a question,
Yes, Taylor.
and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask it, but I seem to recall that with regard to hearings, do licensees who are scheduled for a hearing, do they have the right to demand an in-person hearing? And if so, does that change our schedule if we are open, if we're closed in the building for next month or two?
So this is Patricia. I'll answer that. Under the new bill that passed last year about video meetings and public meetings, one of the things that was specifically prohibited is any disciplinary hearings being held via video or Zoom. But if we had to have a hearing for some reason, we would look for an alternate site somewhere here in the city, or if depending on who the respondent was, maybe somewhere closer to the respondent. But we would have to use an alternate site. But it's not that they have the right to demand it, it's that the law requires it.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Dr. Ali. My question is, with this building issues and all, is there any change in the way physicians can contact the board? And is there any difficulty in them contacting the staff of the board?
At this time, there is none, Dr. Ali. Every licensee, every applicant has a portal that they can email or check the status of their application. And they can email their licensing analyst through that portal or respond through that portal. They can contact us by phone, even the people who are working by phone. For example, when I'm at my desk at home and you dial my office phone, it rings on my computer just like I was here. So we have all of those systems in place to make sure there should be no difficulty contacting anybody that needs to be contacted at this agency.
Thank you, sir.
I do have, I'm sorry, Ms. Sport.
I was wondering if we could have meetings at another location during this time, whether at one of the medical schools or maybe even an empty conference room in the federal court building next door or something like that, so that we can continue to meet in person.
So
the cost of that would have to be borne by the agency. The issues of bringing technology into bear to all of those situations would be a problem, but certainly we can incur that cost if the board directs us to do so. It's my understanding we will have the parts for the elevator in about 10 to 12 days, and we hope to have everything fixed before the next meeting, but I cannot tell you for sure if that's what's going to happen.
Could we develop a contingency plan? So why don't we do this? Because since we have no timeline for when these parts will be available, could we please start fleshing out, now that we have a good month before the next meeting, can we start to flesh out a plan and a potential space? Maybe we could even, we've discussed in the past going to Monroe to make it easier for our board members there. That way we could travel to them instead of them having to always travel to New Orleans. Or we could certainly find a location in Baton Rouge.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Would that involve the potential for a hybrid meeting? Is that what you all will all be in attendance so that there would be a quorum at the meeting? Is that what you're asking for? Or do you want the entire agency to go wherever you are?
So I guess what we could have is have any administrative staff available by Zoom so that they don't have to travel, and then the board members could all be at the location of wherever the meeting is. So potentially we could go to Monroe. I don't know if we're available to go there without any cost to the agency, or find a governmental building in Baton Rouge where we wouldn't incur any cost.
Yeah, and I'm just throwing it out here so we'll have it to remind ourselves. We also have to make sure that it's accessible to the public and that there's proper security wherever we pick. Because, yeah, so I'm just making a mental note to remember that we have to have those arrangements in place too.
Perfect. So can we start to work on that before the next meeting, just in case we don't have these parts?
Yes, ma'am. We'll get to work on it.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Sport.
You're welcome.
And I
I'm
need to tell you, as part of my President Executive Director's report, that I have been invited to attend the formation of the RT Compact. One of the few executive directors that's in the country that's been invited to do that, and I will be attending at their expense. And then the one thing we need to decide is who from the board will be traveling at board expense to the FSMB meeting. I do not know that we have any available scholarships. Perhaps if one of you has never been and goes, we might have that scholarship, but I can't put that in until I know who's going. So I need to get information on the FSMB meeting, and I want to make sure that y'all know that we will be paying travel for everybody that wants to go unless we have an available scholarship. And I want to make sure you're comfortable with that expenditure at a time like this.
So, so I was made aware, I thought I remember that we were eligible for 3 scholarships. Is that not, has that changed?
Well, the 3 scholarships have to be for persons who have never been to an FSMB meeting before. And I'll look into whoever decides to go to, and I'll apply for the scholarships for everybody, and then I'll let you know what they decide and tell us. But I need those names as soon as possible to start the application process. If you would give a deadline, perhaps the next 4 working days. If you haven't gotten the information to me in the next 4 working days, then I can go ahead and proceed on and assume that you're not going to want to come, and that way we can process this as fast as possible.
Hi, this is Dr. Williams. Can you give me the time or the date and the place for that meeting?
I think we gave it several times.
Nashville.
It's
It's
in
in
Nashville.
Nashville this year, and I think it's
April, end of April.
end of April. Yeah, right.
I'm looking it up.
We're checking the exact day right now. We talked about this
Okay.
before.
I have it. It's, let's see.
April 18th through the 20th.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And that concludes, the only thing I would ask is that you had the agenda item for Representative Phelps's request, and we're done from the executive director.
So do we have an idea of any board members that would like to attend the FSMB meeting?
Yes, I will be attending.
Okay, and Ms. Ford,
Mhm.
I will be attending. Any other board members? Just the 3 of us? Fantastic. So Dr. Van, could you check into the scholarships for the 3 of us, please?
I will do so today, and I assume that there will be no other persons that want to attend.
Why don't we give everyone a deadline of maybe by Friday, just to give them the chance to check their calendars and make sure that they would not like to attend. Does that sound okay?
That's fine with me. I just want to know what we're doing. Thank you, ma'am.
Fantastic. Okay. And then I have a question about the bill about sickle cell. Is there a reason why? Can you give us a little bit more information about that?
I can only tell you that Representative Phelps believes, after working with the sickle cell committees of the legislature, that patients with sickle cell are not getting taken care of properly at a time when they're either have urgent or emergent needs. And maybe that's really a reflection of the issues of them not getting the regular care that they need. But nonetheless, the representative feels very strongly that there may be some required mandatory education for emergency and urgent physicians. And I thought it would be best for us to participate with her to make sure we don't let them put anything in the legislation that might be costly to us at a time when we can't afford it.
Okay. Any other questions about the executive director's report? Fantastic. And let's move on to are there any public comments? Okay. And we can move on to our next agenda item. All right. Dr. Cresswell, do you have any information to share with us this morning?
So the only thing I wanted to, there were just 2 things. One, it's going to give you my numbers as they are right now. Average number of days to close cases right now is up to 247, 215 without action, and a little over 400 for cases with action. I did want to request if we can put something into executive session discussing possible changes to how we do some things in investigations, and I wanted to run it by the board. Just in brief, and we can discuss this more in executive sessions if you approve. My investigators carry an average load of about 80 cases per investigator. Last year, during the FSMB meeting, I hosted a meeting with many of the states and their directors of investigations and some of their investigators. And what we concluded was that the average number of cases per investigator is approximately 25 nationwide. We're more than 3 times that per investigator. And they are doing things slightly different that I would like to discuss with you guys if you can approve for that to go into executive session.
Motion to approve.
And a second.
Second.
Dr. Ali, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Let me first give an opportunity for the public to comment. Are there any comments from the public? All right, seeing as there are none, we can go ahead and take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Cresswell. Any other items for your report?
No, ma'am.
Fantastic, thank you. And now moving on to our financial report.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you, Ms.
Morning.
Collins?
Good
Good
morning.
All right, currently this reflects our financial information for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2023. It reflects our revenues that we earned as an organization, and it also shows the 4 years of revenue for the organization as a whole and our expenses. So as of December 31st, 2023, our total revenue was $9,674,002. And the breakdown of that, of course, is our licensing, the IMLCC, the penalties, probation fees and fines, the PHP revenue, CME revenue, fingerprint revenues, which will no longer be continued in this current year. So when you see January, you will no longer see that line item. Our interest income and also other income. Below are our expenses. And so I tried to break things out for those things that I know we normally speak to, so that way you can kind of see those items separately. Our salaries and wages, our overtime, you'll see that it for the year 2023, we were able to get it to $24,000. The board members per diems, the amount we paid out as of December 31st would be the $5,800. The amount that we have paid for employee-related benefits, and that includes health benefits and retirement benefits and those things. So that's $2,082,000. The deferred compensation I broke out so that way you'll be able to see that separately. It's $195,627. Our parking, it had traditionally been part of our operating services, but I know there's, we have discussions. So I went ahead and itemized that out separately. That'll be the amount that we pay for the entire year. Board travel, that is the amount that we have expended for board travel expenses. And then we have our employee travel expenses. Outside contractual services is what those services are that are being provided by third parties and not employees, and nothing related to legal as well. And then PHP, that is the amount of revenue that we get for PHP we send out. So that'll be the PHP contract amount. And then operating costs, which excludes buildings. So these will be the things like telephone services, not security, but things that are not related to the building as a whole, supplies, different other, we have several things that make up that total in the operating costs. Next, we have our fingerprint costs. And so that's another line item that we should not have going forward. However, we still get occasionally where we may have to pay a bill, but it's definitely not, it won't be the amount that we currently have for last year. Building operations, that's $282,800. and $82, and that is strictly things that are for the building as a whole, whether it's elevator maintenance, utilities, and things of that nature. Next, we have materials and supplies, and these are just things that we do on a daily basis. And then we have our legal investigative fees, which is $543,042, and that's the fees that we pay to third parties that assist us with our investigations. And other investigative contracts is $1,784, and that's some of the pro tem work, and that's it. And so our total expenses were $9,216,569. So our net income for 2024 is $457,434. And that concludes this report. And the next report will be the balance sheet. And on our balance sheet, of course, it reflects our assets, our liabilities, and our equity. So our assets consist of our total cash accounts. And as of December 31st, that amounted to $8,586,126.25. Then we have our accounts receivable. So those are the individuals that owe us funds for monitoring fees, probation fees, and things of that nature. So that's what make up the accounts receivable. So the amount that we still owed as of December 31st was $31,000. Next, for allowances for bad debt, that's a number that it's an estimate for the amount of things that are uncollectible, and that's a cumulative amount as well. Prepaid insurance, that is the amount that we pay for ORM and also for the Attorney General. And our prepaid maintenance, computers, electronics, those are contracts that we have with for IT services that expand for more than 1 year. And also legal, which is ORM was our prepaid insurance, and then our legal services with the AG is the amount that is prepaid for legal services, and also for civil service we have to pay our annual fee as well, and we amortize that over a 12-month period. And next section is our fixed assets. And I can't see the bottom, I can't see below. If you could scroll down, thank you. The fixed assets is our equipment and building, software development and things, and improvements to the building. So that make up our property and equipment. And next we have our deferred outflows, and that is a calculation that we are provided by our auditors. The next section is our liability section. The accounts payable reflects those amounts that we owe to third parties. And our other current liabilities reflect payroll payables. That section is mainly all payroll payables. And then we have our long-term liabilities, which again, those are amounts that are calculated by our auditors. So as they now have been engaged to conduct our audit for December 31st, 2023, we will update those values once we get that information from our outside auditors. And then the next section is our equity section, which reflects our net value as a whole. It right now is at a negative 556,944, but again, that does take into consideration our pension liabilities. So our total liabilities and equity equal our assets, which is right at $18,199.08. And that concludes the information for our financials.
Fantastic. Any questions from the board about the financial report? Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay. And then I will take a motion to accept the financial report.
So move, Weather.
Second, Ali.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Next is our future meeting dates. Are there any conflicts or questions about the future meeting dates? All right, and then we can move on. Next is our regulatory report. Are there any items for us to discuss with the, yes, okay.
Dr. Thomas,
I'm sorry.
Dr. Thomas, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, we do have a public comment about the PA rules. We have Miss Shelley Esnard here in the building to make a comment.
Okay.
If you want to back up, they can see you in the.
Can you hear me?
Did you want to read it now?
Yes. So did we have any rule changes that Ms. Wilton was going to present to the board? We were under the impression that you guys had the information and we're going to be voting on the recommendations.
We have not gotten to that part of the agenda yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can take a seat right there.
Okay,
They can see
thanks.
you right there.
Okay, Dr. Van, you're muted. Are we ready for the regulatory report?
I'm working to get it up right now. I have two different documents I need to bring up. Just give me a moment, please, ma'am.
Okay.
Right.
Alan, for some reason, my screen share is paused. Can you make it work for me? I don't know why I can't bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, you might end up having to kill it and restart it. Or I could do it. Let me see if I can do it. All right, try it again.
Alan, it's telling me it's loading the screen share, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
Hey, Freddie, are you available?
I can send it to either one of you all. I can send you the document.
Yeah, go ahead and send it to me. I'll pull it up.
See if I can get it to you right now. Hang on 1 second.
Dr. Van, I believe Freddie's on his way down to help you.
Okay, in the meantime, if he gets it to me, I'll go ahead and bring it up on the screen.
Set that down. Let's hit screen share screen. This is what I'm gonna do. Click on that. It says it's loading.
Y'all see that screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can
Dr.
y'all
Van,
see
I
it?
have it up. Yes, sir.
Alan, you have it up because I'll stop sharing.
Yeah, yes, sir. I have it. Yep.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. That's the.
Oh, that's you sent it to him. Okay. Oh, all right. So this is for the clinical laboratory personnel. I think we've discussed in the past about them wanting to make some changes to the laws about clinical laboratory personnel and then make corresponding changes to the rules. So we have actually been working in the reverse for reasons that aren't entirely clear to me, and we spent a long time revising all the rules to their liking and then held those in abeyance until new legislation could be passed. Much of this is terminology. They're called let's see, they are called instead of cytotechnologists, for instance, they're called cytologists now, and some a bunch of different and instead of clinical laboratory specialists, they're called medical laboratory specialists. So the vast majority of this is all semantics. Now, I'm going to point out to you a couple of the things that are that are substantive. For instance, if you go to the page 3, there is a definition of temporary permit. There was some talk about wanting to eliminate temporary work But they took it out, they put it back in, they took it out, they put it back in, now it's back in, so we have temporary permit in there. We also have a new definition called a trainee. And a trainee is someone who has fulfilled the educational requirements, but has to take the test or has to have full-time experience under supervision. So that's in the definition section. And then we changed certification to permit. As you all are aware, only in the very rare instances, I only think I know of 2, do we issue certificates for anything. We issue licenses or permits. And so that language will be changed from licensure or certificate to licensure or permit. In 3509, which is qualifications for licensure and permit, they eliminated an obsolete name of an organization, a testing organization. And so we changed the name to meet its current instead of American Diagnostics and Laboratory Medicine, it's actually called Association for Diagnostics and Laboratory Medicine. So we fixed that. So in the qualifications for a laboratory assistant, previously we had a high school diploma requirement, and now we are including, because we've had this come up with CLPs already, that it will now read high school diploma or its equivalent from a school recognized by a state Department of Education or a GED. And that is because of the homeschooling situation and all of the various other ways that folks can essentially be found to have completed a high school education. The only other change is they originally wanted to have all their testing done by an accredited body, and they got a lot of pushback from that when 2 years ago. And so what they have done instead is to say a nationally recognized certification examination, and they as the committee will be able to advise you all if that certified organization is something that you should approve. So that's how they solved that issue. And then a bunch of the other organizations that may or may not be approved, again, is going to be recommended by the committee and approved by the board. So the ask for you by the CLP committee is to authorize Dr. Collada and myself to try and have these statutory changes be sponsored by a legislator. Barring that, if there is no appetite on the part of the board for that, I believe their fallback position would be maybe one of their lobbyist organizations would do that for them. But that's the decision that you all can make at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wilton. Are there any comments from the public? Okay. And then are there any comments from the board? Okay. Can we
Hello, can you hear me?
I cannot. Well,
Yeah,
we can
now.
Okay, sorry. Someone to give the board an overview of the history here. There's been a long kind of struggling march to clarify the titles of and differentiation between a what we used to call a full medical technologist, and we used to call a medical who's a bachelor degree professional versus the CLTs, MLTs, which would be the technician, which is a associate's level degree, and then you have people below that, which are the high school diplomas. So titling, which also varies from state to state, and there's been a long push to try to normalize and standardize that language. The other issue is about the accreditation exam, and this is something that's probably going to come up as a contested issue. The vast majority of medical laboratory scientists take the ASCP exam. There was an exam called the NCA, but at some point several years ago, those organizations melded together. And what was happening was that there were a few people who, if they could not pass the ASCP exam, would go and take a different exam, which at the time was not validated and was considered by people on the CLPC to be a less difficult exam, and then they would be able to get a certification that way. And so there have been attempts to try to standardize and retain quality of the examination. And of course, the agencies and the organizations that support those exams don't want that. And so that has actually been that's been contested in the legislature before. So just letting you know that when this comes up again, one of the things the legislature told us was that you can't single out agencies by name, but what you can do is you can set independent parameters. You know, it must be a validated exam. It must have these, whatever security requirements, however we're going to set it up. But it has to be based on principles and standards and not, organization X versus organization Y. So when that comes up, we'll probably have that discussion in more detail.
And one thing I'll add too, from the discussion from 2 years ago, when they wanted simply to use the word accredited, there was opposition to that, but the sponsoring author of that bill at that time told the opponents of that he felt as though a uniform, nationally high standards test that everybody should have the same competency and qualifications arising out of was the appropriate thing to do. So he basically told those folks, I'm gonna give you a year or two to figure out if you want to be in or out, but that's on you at that point. I'm not going to do that this time around, but I sympathize with the people who are trying to keep standards high and keep qualifications uniform across the board. And so I don't know of any movement on the other side in that regard, but if it's the same author, he did make that commitment. I won't say commitment, but he did voice that sentiment both to us and to them at that time.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Dr. Taylor, would you feel comfortable making a motion on this particular item?
If the motion would be to authorize Ms. Patricia and Dr. Van to move forward with I don't know, are we looking to draft legislation here, or are we looking to enforce these rules?
So, Patricia, would you mind giving some input on that?
Right, the motion would be to authorize Dr. Collada and myself to reach out to a willing legislator to advance these proposed law changes.
Yes, because we are acting on behalf of our CLPC. I think that's
correct.
Appropriate. So move.
And a second?
Second.
Another second. Okay.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then the motion passes.
All right. The next thing is the possible changes to the PA rules. And this was very difficult. I struggled with this all week and I still didn't come up with a very good way to do this via Zoom, but I'm going to do my very best. I have two versions of the of the proposed rules.
Looking right there. Okay.
One is a completely marked up copy that frankly that includes both insertions, corrections, and deletions, and it's very, very hard to read, and us particularly via Zoom. So this copy that I'm going to walk you through right now, it shows markups and additions, but it doesn't contain the things that were deleted. I'm going to talk you through those deletions as we go through. Little bit of background. You know, we've been working on this, trying to work collaboratively with LAPA and other interested parties together with the PA Advisory Committee to try and figure out if there were rule changes that could be made that would make administrative burdens on PAs less onerous, that would allow them to be competitive within their profession with other allied health professionals who might perform somewhat similar services. But also maintain the board's statutory duty and requirement to ensure competence and quality and oversight. So we always knew, everyone knew, there was no coyness or hiding the ball from anybody, that there are things that the physician assistant community wish to have happen, but can only happen by statutory changes. So it's my understanding, they can speak for themselves or not speak however they wish. It's my understanding that there are going to be some proposed legislative bills in this session. But the discussion that we have had is that I was told that these rule changes that we've discussed and that are in this document will not to the best of their knowledge, will not be contradicted by any subsequent legislative changes, although some of the legislative changes may require additions to the rules. But I'm not coming to you, presenting you with a document that is going to be, you know, by the end of June, be totally in conflict with the law. So that's where we are in that regard. And toward that end, I really would say, for all and sundry to hear that the LAPA and its folks and their attorney and all of the stakeholders, including LSMS and Medicine Louisiana, that came in at the end and tried to help navigate some of the pitfalls that we who have been looking at it for 18 months straight may have been missing. Everyone worked extremely hard and with the utmost good faith. And this document here is the last draft that had LAPA's edits in it. Now, based on the last meeting that we have, I have added a couple things which they'll notice as we go along. But this represents, as to the best of my ability and my note taking and my conversations, this represents what they proposed in a manner that they proposed it. But I just really want to remind everybody, we have been asked to vote on proposed rules today so that going forward, presumably in the legislature, there's some framework for any future bills to be considered, presumably. They know, bill sponsors know they do or they don't have to, do this by law because it's already been agreed to or approved in the rules, et cetera. But also at the same time, approving us going forward and continuing the rule promulgation process today. If we're to vote to do that today. This is not the exact thing that ultimately
Shaders so you can see.
it must be voted into rule. And the reason I say that is because we do have to have public hearings. We do have to receive additional public comment, and we do have to send this to oversight committees. So this, in all likelihood, even if it's just, some semantic changes or what have you, is in all likelihood not the final rule that's absolutely going to be in the office of the state register, but it is hopefully your a vote today to go forward with this as the first step of the process. So I'm going to look on the horribly marked up copy while you all follow along. Some of the main things that happened were, I believe, I don't mean to speak for them again, I don't mean to speak for them, but I believe that the physician assistants are hoping to change their name to something other than physician assistants. And because of that, we have named physician assistants or left them in the early part of it before it's defined. And then we've substituted the initials PA everywhere else, so that if legislation were to pass changing the legal name of this occupation, then we don't have that much, we have a little less cleanup work to do with new rules than we would otherwise have, because we've already gotten that far. So these are our rules as they would be if you voted to pass them. 147A, it now says licensure instead of certification. The word certification was used throughout the PA rules, and we don't certify PAs, we license them. So everywhere we saw certification or certificate, we changed that to licensure. The next substantive change is all right, under clinical practice guidelines, the definition of clinical practice guidelines. Okay, this is now going to be defined as written documentation maintained at each practice site of the physician assistant's training and experience in service, the PA's ability to provide or perform the service safely and effectively, and any protocols to be followed for the service. If prescriptive authority has been delegated to the PA by the supervising physician, the clinical practice guidelines shall contain each of the components specified by section 1527.
I'm sorry, Patricia, one moment. Can we get the screen to match what Patricia's talking about?
This is what she's talking about. And up here is what she's talking about, the red.
Yeah, the red. I'm on additionally right now. Additionally, they shall include any individual or group practice arrangements, including the mechanism for contacting the supervising physician when he or she is not physically present in the practice setting for consultation, assistance with emergency or patient referrals, as well as the designation of an alternate supervising physician. This alternate supervising physician takes the place of the locum tenens physician that is currently existing in our law. It was believed that even though some of us understand what that means or what the Latin is, that was an antiquated term and it really didn't apply to current practice. And what we're really talking about is if the supervising physician, the person whose name is on the paper, if the supervising physician is not available, who does the PA go to next? And that is what we're going to refer to as an alternate supervising physician. We contemplated a scenario where a PA may work for more than one distinct employer. That is to say, they may work in a doctor's office all day long, and then they make Monday through Friday, and then they may have a second job taking shifts at a hospital on the weekends. And therefore, we added the language, if a PA is employed by more than one employer or group, a separate set of clinical practice guidelines is required for each employment. And that is important because the clinical practice guideline is linked specifically between the supervising physician and the PA. And it applies to what qualifications, credentials, delegation, etc. that supervising physician as deemed appropriate for that PA. And it doesn't transfer to a new employment setting. They have to have a new one if they go to a different employment setting. Not if they're going to a different branch of the, they work for a hospital and they're going to the West Campus or the East Campus or what have you. But if it's a completely different employer, there has to be a separate supervising position and a separate set of clinical practice guidelines. The rest of that is just changing PA. Supervising physician is the next definition.
Patricia, may I stop you for just a moment
Yes.
and allow everyone to comment on this particular thing?
Sure.
Are there any comments or questions from the public about this one particular item? Okay.
So the next change, supervising physician, that's another thing that for brevity's sake, we're now going to use initials after the first time we define it. So SP. There wasn't any change to the substance of the supervision definition. The next place that we really, so if you go to 1508, yeah, right there, 1508A, we made the semantic changes. We don't have a primary SP anymore. We have an SP and we have one or more SPs and one or more alternates. So we took out the word primary, and we took out locum tenens from that.
Patricia, one little tiny thing right there. I'm sorry. Could we scroll back down to 1507? Under 8.
Oh yeah, where's the one?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a 1 that's missing. I don't know if
There is
that's
the one that's missing. Okay, I'll figure out what that was supposed to be and I'll get to that before we.
Okay. I can tell you.
Oh, that's the deletion of the age requirement. Yeah. So I just needed to renumber that. I didn't renumber it properly. There used to be an age requirement and it was agreed among everybody that that didn't make any sense. Because as a practical matter, unless you're a child prodigy, you have to have just age-wise to complete all your schooling and so forth. You will
Over 20.
Yeah, over 21. Sorry, I forgot to take the 1 out and renumber that. Okay. 1508, again, we just took out primary and we took out local tenens. No change to 1509. 1510. No change. Well, we did take out the words as either primary SP or as locum tenens physician, because that doesn't, we don't use that terminology. Okay, the next major change is also in 1510. Go back. Yeah, right there. There used to be subpart D that now reads an application completed by the blah, blah, blah. It used to be, D used to read prerequisite to consideration of an application for locums tenens physician, comma, the PA, blah, 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 blah. That's no longer needed because we don't have locum tenens physicians anymore. So we eliminated D and we moved E up. Okay. The next substantive is 1517. Again, through here, like taking out the word primary and so forth and so on, but substantively in D 1517 D2, there's an obligation for the PA to notify the board of changes to the supervising physician. The current rules say 15 days. It's that we say that in 1517 and we say it later on down again. The PAs would like that to be a longer period of time. They would like to go to 30 days for that. And we're fine with that, but that does require a statutory change because revised statute 1360.30, which is the notification of intent to practice. Subpart B requires that the physician assistant notify the board of any changes in or additions to a supervising physician within 15 days. So I'm writing the rules as if they're going to get that changed in the legislature. And we won't make that change if it's not made. It will keep it at 15 days. But from a board perspective, we're fine with the changing it to from 15 to 30, as long as the law gets changed in that regard. Okay. The rest of the 15s are fine. We didn't make any changes to those or recommend any changes. So now we get to the practice section, and here's where the fun really begins. So 4501, 07, 09, 11, and 12 all seemed to have, if they didn't completely overlap, they kind of stick their toes in the other one's river. And, you know, it was just, the PAs were made the case for saying that it was confusing at a minimum and conflicting maybe in some regards. And so Mr. Green and I actually spent a good couple of days, couple of days worth of time, not 2 days in a row, obviously, trying to figure out how to pull from each of those rules and merge the critical elements that everybody more or less was in agreement needed to be retained, and put those into one cohesive rule that outlines the relative obligations, duties, rights, responsibilities, etc., between supervising physicians and PAs. And that is this new 4501. So post the we had one discussion after this document, after the LAPA version of this document was received. And there was conversation, the original proposal by LAPA was to delete chart reviews and site visits altogether because it wasn't consistent with modern practice, or because it was being done anyway as a matter of course, and because that was actually all components of the performance plan, which we have eliminated. The PA Advisory Committee voted to agree to eliminate the requirement of a performance plan. But it was brought to our attention that perhaps that cut too broad of a swath, and that we should continue to have some at least minimum requirement for chart review and or site visits for new graduates or significant changes of practice areas. So this is new to the LAPA group, but this is the way I worded it. So we'll just go through it line by line. The supervising physician is responsible for supervision, control, and direction, retains responsibility I have no idea what that is or why it's, sorry. I must have said Siri or said some kind of random word because all of a sudden my phone started singing. Okay, anyway, so subparagraph A, supervising physician responsible for supervision, control, and direction, retains responsibility to the patient for competence and performance. B, may delegate medical services to the PA under these conditions: trained and qualified, delegates to the PA who's trained and qualified, and the supervising physician, and this was a component that Dr. Clark made the point of numerous times, that we as a medical board have to trust our licensee physicians
that they are going to do the necessary and not interfere to an undue degree between the relationship of the PA and the supervising physician. So that's how we came up with 3, which is the SP determines the level of supervision at the practice level, commensurate with the potential risk to the patient and the education and the PA's training and experience. This is the part that's new, and Shelley and the gang can comment on it. I added the clause including the method and frequency of chart review or practice site visits unless otherwise provided herein. So because we took out every reference to chart review or site visits, it did appear to leave a gaping hole that could be a source of confusion for practitioners. And so this subpart B3 leaves it to the supervising physician to determine what's necessary and under what circumstances, except for subpart C, which are new graduates or a major shift in practice, which would be during the first 12 months of supervised practice or the first 6 months after entering into an entirely new field. And here we re-imported back the requirement of a 50% chart review unless the PA and the SP work in the same place, put their signatures in the same notes, and confer essentially concurrently at the same time. If that's the practice setting in which they operate, then this requirement is satisfied. We're thinking of somebody who is a supervising physician for someone, and it's a purely telephonic or video or electronic relationship. And in that case, for these new graduates for a major shift in practice area, it was determined that due diligence, a minimum of due diligence on the part of the board required that there be a requirement of some chart review or site visits for those individuals if they worked at remote locations from where the supervising physician was. And I'm sure Shelley and them will have some comments on that, but that's what we that's what we did. Here, same thing here is G. In 4501G, notify the board in writing.
Patricia,
Yeah.
may I pause there for just a second, just to give the public an opportunity and any board members that wish to comment on the changes that we just discussed.
Absolutely.
So are there any comments from the public on part C and B3?
Yes, can you guys hear me? I'm not sure how it's set up in this room.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so this, as Ms. Wilton said, this is the first time that we've seen it. And essentially what it reads is the advisory committee voted to eliminate the performance plan, but we've put it back in. And so I guess I just want to make that on record. And then my only concern, just as an advocate for PAs, is when we have some of these larger groups like Ochsner, they can't turn on a certain amount of signatures for a certain provider. And PAs, let's just say a PA moves to Ochsner and they go from emergency medicine to maybe gastroenterology or something. Well, if through their systems, they can't say, okay, well, this person's only going to have 50% of their charts co-signed because they did a major shift where maybe their nurse practitioner doesn't have it. So what they're opting right now is they're turning it all on for everybody until we actually basically, kind of what the advisory committee discussed over dozens of hours, that if we leave it at the practice site and determine at the practice site, then those physicians can choose how they, I love the idea that things are reviewed annually, and basically right above it at 3 that, it'll be determined at the site for the method and frequency. So that really kind of, in my opinion, kind of encompasses all the different practice settings. So I think this will still be a problem that those folks will be dealing with if we leave it as is. Walt, did you have a comment? Sarah, did you have a comment? Okay, Sarah has one comment as well.
Sarah, would you mind introducing yourself just briefly to the board?
Just on the other side of Shelley.
Yep.
right, I have to, I'm scooting over. So yes, my name is Sarah Deo and I'm the co-legislative chair of LAPA with Shelley.
Sarah, can you scoot over just a little bit more? We
Like,
can't.
gotcha. Okay, sorry, I was sitting in front of the microphone, not the camera. My name is Sarah Deo, and I'm the co-legislative chair of LAPA with Shelley. And just to kind of echo what she said, again, this is the first time we've seen this this proposed change, which does seem to be essentially the repurposing of the performance plan. And from a practical standpoint, it is. I also work for a large organization, Our Lady of the Lake. It does become very cumbersome in documenting in that it's not a setting that can be customized for one person. And additionally, we've kind of stated over and over again that that in the model of collaboration and supervision today, we are discussing patient care in real time, and co-signatures after the fact really add to the burden of the physician's workload in what they have to do to get out the door at the end of the day when the care has already been provided and the patient has already left. So this was really meant to benefit both PAs and physicians. And the final thing I'll say, in keeping in the spirit with what Dr. Clark pointed out, is the spirit of trusting the licensees to practice ethically within the confines of their education and training and scope. New grads and shifting practice, when there's a restrictive burden like this on those two groups of individuals, makes them much more difficult to employ when it doesn't apply to all. And that's my comment there.
I have a comment. So or more of a question. Patricia, this for Part C, just to make sure that I understand it accurately, it's only for new grads or for PAs that switch specialties. Is that correct?
Correct. And that was the pushback that the comments that were made to me about the wholesale elimination of everything about a performance plan and so forth and so on. Inadvertently, maybe not, nobody noticed or whatever, took out this element that some people think is important as a minimum threshold for a mandatory obligation of a supervising physician.
And it's not ongoing. It's just for like that first 12 months. Is that
first 12 months for a new grad and the first 6 months of someone who goes from pediatrics to cardiology?
Okay. I will say that for us as physicians, I'm not sure for all physicians, but for us as surgeons, the credentialing process at the hospital is that for a new physician, that all of the physician's cases, and I'm sure it varies according to hospital setting, but all of your cases all of your surgical cases for the first year of practice have to be monitored by your partner. And at the end of that year, your partner and or partners have to fill out a form attesting to the fact that you are safe and proficient at performing those procedures. So physicians have a similar thing that we have to go through as well. And of course, it's not an ongoing process. It's just that first year in practice. Dr.
Right, and those were the comments that were made to me, but from multiple sources, which was to say, absolutely, if you have an experienced PA who's been working in tandem with the supervising physician, I mean, like Shelley's name is on the side. I just realized the other day I was driving down trying to go to the pharmacy board, and there's her name, big as life. I mean, these folks that have the expertise and experience, and there's no question about it.
Right.
But I know of very few occupations or professions that involve some element of risk to the public, whether it be an electrician or a PA or a doctor, where they're just turned loose at the minute they graduate and don't have to have any mandated. Now, you're saying that your institution that the institutions require for physicians, and it may well be that there's some institutional requirement, but we, as Dr. Collada is fond of saying, we're trying to write these rules for all practice settings, and we just think there should be, if nothing else, a statement of policy that what this reflects, that this is something that is expected to be done. This is the minimum that should be done. And to the extent that it requires some kind of paperwork or databases or whatever, if there's an equivalent that a big practice or a big hospital uses that could substitute what we're talking about here. I mean, I'm open to fixing language that makes it less burdensome and complicated and troublesome for the PAs. But I am hearing from folks on my side that we would be remiss if we left zero mandatory oversight for new grads.
Okay, Dr. Taylor has been patiently waiting.
Yes. So with regards to the people that are working in large systems, you know, Lake, Auctioner, Christus, LCMC, whatever. The second part of C, and if I'm reading this correctly, the SP and PA work together, have the same primary practice site, routinely confer with respective patient care, and they document their services in the charts and records maintained at the primary practice site. This requirement shall be considered satisfied.
That's correct.
So for the large groups, they're basically exempt because the style of their practice includes a continuous communication and monitoring.
That's exactly right.
So for the people that are going to have trouble, or the people that it's going to affect, are going to be a new graduate going into a small group or solo practice, you know, in a place where there may not be a whole lot of other oversight, and those are that's the gap we're trying to close. I don't think we have any issues, at least from a regulatory standpoint. I don't know that we've had any issues with PAs working in a large system where we're seeing a huge quality issue because, like I said, the hospital tends to take care of that. I understand as a regulatory agency, we shouldn't depend on other facilities to do our job for us, but we can recognize that in a large facility, as Ms. Deo mentioned, they are exempt or considered satisfied in requirement C.
Right. This really is trying to bridge a gap for folks who you know, may work in some kind of corporate medicine where a PA may be working in an urgent care and, you know, in one location, and that the supervising physician, who's the medical director, never even says anything to them. Okay.
Any other comment? I'm sorry, Patricia. Any other comments from the public or from the board on this particular item? Shelley, did you want to comment again, or?
Yes, I'll just take just a second. So going through kind of the other states that we have, with the rules requiring a certain percentage of chart co-signature really is bringing us way back to like 2011, 2012, when we were working against this 100% co-signature. So I 100% agree that new graduates need some level of oversight, training, whatever it is in the practice setting that they're joining into. I would hope that it could read something more to the effect of, rather than in the rule, as Dr. Thomas, I think for like the surgeon's part, I guess, is that like an institution kind of requirement that when a surgeon joins institution, their first year out of surgery, to where we don't have to necessarily have it in our rules, but it's just that you have to provide a guided documentation of training and kept on site with your clinical practice guidelines. And or when the new graduate, or when if I did a major shift, I would have to do a new intent to practice, that could be required by our board to say, hey, you know, PA so-and-so, it looks like you're changing your supervising physician and the practice is a major shift. We want to see how you plan to basically, you know, onboard and satisfy, you know, 15 or 4501C. If rather than listing out, I think the 50% co-signature is going to be really hard, because then how do you tell? I mean, if you're going to, people use electronic medical records, I just don't know if all systems would be able to say, you're going to do half of them on and half of them off. And then the SP at the end of the day is just clicking through. I want it to be meaningful, you know? It wasn't a big deal back in the day when we actually had just charts and we'd keep half of them at the front desk. The doc would go through it, but now it's more of a problem. I do have some sample language that I'm happy to send over, but just for instance, like Alaska, you know, they're requiring a periodic method of assessment at the practice site. A process for in Arizona, a process for evaluating the PA's performance is established and kept on site with the practice site in their clinical practice guidelines. So there's lots of other ways to say it that still allows this board to monitor these new graduates or the PAs who shift in their practice to make sure, you know, as you said, a corporate group comes in and, you know, and a PA sends their intent to practice. That doesn't mean that they could get granted just because they sent it. You could ask for what their onboarding process is, and that policy, you know, should be able to be reviewed and by the, you know, investigations team. If they had to do that, they should be able to pull that up and see it. Or just, yeah, documenting that you do indeed have a policy. That would be my comment.
Okay. 4501G again is adding 30 days there about notifying changes or terminations. That'll be pending, assuming that gets changed in the legislature. 4503, I'm not sure. This is one that we haven't been able to see eye to eye on just yet. This particular language, a PA may, at the discretion of the SP, bill directly for services, or a bill for services may be submitted through and that it shouldn't be collaborative. Sorry, that should be supervising physicians, practice, employer, or corporation. I don't know if the PAs are intending to do something in the law with that. That's going to move this out. They have some additional language, but this is what the PA, this is one of the things that the PA advisory committee actually did vote on, and they voted on this language. So I've kind of stuck to this language, and I know that you know, may have some continued discussions about it, particularly if we have to go back in and revise rules again because of some law changes. I don't know if there'll be a specific law change to address this or not, but this is what the PA advisory committee voted on, and so that's what I've been including in all of the subsequent drafts. And basically, it just says, "Hey, you work for somebody. Y'all figure it out, however y'all want to do it." And that the PAs have a concern that doesn't get them all the way where they need to be with regard to some federal reimbursements or what have you. But again, I'm just gonna leave it like this for the moment, and if they get law change language, then we'll tailor this to that law change. Okay, we didn't 4505. Let's see. Is one of the ones we originally, this was something else that was agreed upon. There used to be a big long list, like a 2 from column A, 3 from column B kind of things, the services that could be performed by PAs. And that's not, you know, necessary. That's not really how we write legislation anymore. And so we revised it to say that, you know, that can include the performance of medical services delegated by the SP within the scope of the education, training, and licensure. And level and method of supervision shall be at the level between the SP and the PA. documented in the clinical practice guidelines, reviewed annually, and reflect the acuity of patient care and the nature of a procedure. Now, I'm not necessarily, I can see the suggestion to maybe beef up that language, add something in that language that would take care of that subpart C about chart reviews. It doesn't have to say, 50%, but whatever the language that Shelley used. Theoretically, we could put something like that there, if people were inclined to do that. Okay, all of this stuff about the prescriptions and all that, we didn't change any of that. I really think, yeah, that's the end of it. That's the end of it. So the only wild card curveball for Shelley and Walt and Sarah was the business about the chart reviews that I had to put back in based on the multiple discussions that had come to me about not wanting to eliminate that in its entirety. We did take out, there's no more locum tenens, there's no more performance plan. All of that is absorbed and subsumed within the clinical practice guidelines that are agreed upon between the PA and the SP, and presumably in a big group by the overriding governing body of that institution. Clark, you look like you want to say something.
I want to make a motion to approve these rules for promulgation. That's what I'd like to do.
Dr. Clark, just 1 second, if I could just open it up to make sure that there are no other public comments. Fantastic. And then
one comment, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, I just wanted to ask Patricia, and I might have missed it in here. When we discussed the treatment for obesity, did we make that change? And then, or what was it?
Obesity and pain.
Obesity and pain.
Yeah, we made that one even outside of all this, didn't we?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's already been made.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. All right. Any comments or questions from the board members? Okay, so now we can entertain Dr. Clark's motion.
Can I ask a question of Dr. Clark?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Clark, would you be amenable to approving, to have your motion be to approve these rules as written, permitting the parties to negotiate the clinical practice guidelines to include what Shelley was talking about, as opposed to having it delineated 50% chart review, et cetera, et cetera? Or do you like that? Is that what you want?
Well, we were here today to try to get these rules done.
Okay.
That can always be done later.
Yeah, it could be a public comment at the hearing, and we could work on the language.
To me, that would give us time to get some precision in the way we'd like to do it.
Okay.
It's just kind of would be hastily done.
That makes sense.
So I would prefer to move on going forward with promulgation and acceptance as written.
Okay, we do need any other comments? Fantastic. We do need a second on Dr. Clark's motion.
Second.
Ms. Sport, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Fantastic. The motion passes. Okay, I think this is, Patricia, did you have any other items for your regulatory report?
No, ma'am.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate all of your work. And of course, Walt is sitting there. Walt is the attorney that's been working on the PA side. Walt, if you'd like to just introduce yourself to the board again. Both Walt and Patricia have done a Herculean job for working on these on the PA rules. So we really appreciate all of your hard work and persistence with this particular endeavor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board members. It's been a good long year to get this done, but it has been a very cooperative effort and a transparent effort. I know it took a lot of time from the LSBME staff, as well as LAPA's work, all their hours they gave up to work on this as well. So it's much appreciated that we've gotten to this point. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great working with you all. Okay, well then I think our next item on the agenda is the executive session.
Oh, sign in, I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes.
to give everybody, I give our staff a little time to move all guests before we go into executive session.
Right. So that's what I wanted to do. So if we could take a could we take a 15-minute break in order to allow some time to transition to executive session?
Fine with us.
Perfect. Thank you.
I was so glad that my badge worked.
10:17, so I guess about 10:30, so let's start that.
That was my friend's family's call.
Dr. Collada?
He just left the room, Dr. Thomas.
Oh, okay. Is Alan still around?
Alan or Tracy or Freddie may still be on. You need something? You need something up there?
I just wanted to mute everyone's microphones during the break, just so we don't.
Ah, yes.
I can mute him, Dr. Thomas.
Fantastic. Thank you, Olivia.
You're welcome.
Yes, it's good.
All out of practice with this.
Okay, are we ready in open session?
Yes.
Okay, great. May I have a motion to move into executive session, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Sports.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We are now in executive session. Could we please transition electronically?
You can join.
Could someone let me know when we're ready to go ahead and move forward?
Just waiting on a few more people to move back into main session.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The breakout room is going to close in like 30 seconds. Hey, Dr. Thomas, you're good to go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So on the matter of the executive minutes, what are the wishes of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the executive session with the edit we discussed.
Fantastic. In a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. And then on the general administrative matters, 05.00.01, what are the wishes of the board?
So move to approve.
And a second.
Clark. Second Clark.
Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. On the matter of 05.00.02, what are the wishes of the board?
To approve, motion to approve, sport.
In a second.
Ali, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. On the matter of 05.00.03.
Motion to approve.
In a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Fantastic. And the last matter, 05.00. I'm sorry, Aloma, did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. On 05.00.01, I just wanted to get some clarity. Are we approving a waiver of all 20 CMEs or part of the CMEs?
All of
All.
them.
Okay.
All.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. And on the last matter, 05.00.04, what are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
And a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. And a motion to go back into executive session.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Fantastic. Could we please transition back to executive session?
You should be able to join now.
I didn't get any indication to join.
I didn't either.
I'm looking at it now. See, there you go. You have it now.
That's it.
No.
Forget anything I said about having the meetings at another location. We're having a hard enough time doing this by Zoom. My goodness.
Like I said, we're out of practice.
Yeah, bringing back some old Dr.
here we
Dr.
go.
Clark memories here. Dr. Clark must have PTSD from doing this.
Believe me, I was terrified doing it. Zoom stuff. I commend y'all, Terry, for doing it. This is like juggling.
Should be able to join now.
Tracy, can you hear me? Thank you.
There it is. Yeah.
Olivia, is the screen what you need it to be?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is the screen what you need it to be?
No, there's a thing I need you to do, Tracy. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I shared the screen. Is it what
Oh.
you need it to be?
Thank you.
Am I in the correct session?
Oh, you're still on. It says you haven't joined yet, Aloma. Do you have at the bottom of your screen to join the room?
I clicked the join, but then it said I was invited back to the main session, so I clicked that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can get you back. That's so weird. And it just keeps telling me you just haven't joined. Can you close yours maybe and then reopen it? I don't know why it's not letting me move you.
Like leave and then.
Yeah, leave and then come back.
Okay.
And then I'll get you.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad to do. Oh, sorry about that. All right, bye-bye.
Okay. Olivia, could you let me know whenever we're ready?
Yes, I will. We're
Thank
just waiting for everyone to join back in the main session.
Is Dr. Cresswell there?
Everyone is here now.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Cresswell, could you give me the number for, okay, so it was the very first case that you presented.
So the very first thing we did was an administrative complaint, and that was 7.2.1.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Olivia, are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, here we go. So the first item is the change that Dr. Cresswell requested regarding the preliminary reviews. Dr. Cresswell, would you feel comfortable stating a motion and that you would like, and then we can get a first and a second?
Sure, absolutely. Motion would be to allow a change in procedure where we review cases in investigations. If they do not appear to, even if true, reach a level of violation of the Medical Practice Act, we can put this on the closed case report, and then once approved by the board, send a closure letter to the physician, making them aware of that a complaint had been filed.
Okay, may I have a first and a second for that motion?
So moved. Sorry, Ms.
Dr.
Dr. Williams,
Clark?
go ahead.
Dr.
Dr.
Clark,
I
Dr.
move that
Williams?
we accept Dr. Cresswell's recommendations.
Fantastic. And a second from Dr. Clark.
Correct.
All in
I
favor?
second it. All right.
Any opposed? Okay, moving on. So next is item 7.2.1. Would is there an appetite to take these separately, or are you comfortable batching that? We 7.2.1, 7.3.1, and then 7.3.2.
Motion to approve?
Second,
Second, Weather.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Fantastic. Next are the 7.4.1 and 7.4.2. That's commence formal investigation.
Motion to approve?
Second,
Second, Clark.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then next is 7.4.3 and 7.4.4. The first is to extend preliminary review, and the second one is to extend the formal investigation.
Motion to approve?
Second,
Second, Williams.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion passes. Next are the consent orders. That's 7.5.1 and 0.2.
Approve.
Second,
Weather, second.
great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion passes. And then, of course, 7.5.3 was pulled. And then next to our letters of concern. So if it's okay with everyone, I'll take these separately. So on the matter of 7.6.1, that was the, if it's okay for me to say, just give one little detail to the drip bar? What are the wishes?
Motion denied.
Denied.
Second from Dr. Weather, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. And then on the rest of the items, are we okay to take those together?
Yes.
Yes.
7.6.2 to 7.6.4, what are the wishes of the board?
Move approval. O'Neill.
Second? Is there a second for the motion?
Weather
Clark,
second.
Great, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. And then on the closed cases, so for 7.7.1 all the way to 40, excluding item 26, what are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second?
Sports seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then on item 7.7.26, the three parts of that motion would be number one, to close the matter. Number two, to put some educational information in the newsletter about this particular subject. And number three, to get additional information and then provide education based on the findings of what is involved with consenting PEC patients.
Motion to approve.
Second,
O'Neill.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is the malpractice report, 7.8.01, and then the closed case report, 8.1.1. What are the wishes of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second,
Taylor.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those pass. And then on the matter of, for the termination of probations, are we good to take those all together, or does anyone need to separate any of them out?
Take the first two first.
Okay. So on the matters of 9.1.1 to 9.1.2, what are the wishes of the board?
Move approve.
Second.
From the sport, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. And then on the matter of 9.2.1, what are the wishes of the board? Ms. Board, I believe you expressed a desire to deny.
Yes, but if someone wants to move to approve, I can just vote no.
I'll move to deny. Taylor.
And a second from Ms. Sport. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You might have to call the roll on this one.
Any opposed? Is anyone opposed to denial of 9.2.1? Okay, the motion passes to deny. On the matter of 9.2.2, what are the wishes of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second,
Weather second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. All right. Any other items that we need to discuss or?
I just want to know if anyone else is mesmerized by watching Patricia dance and scream. I've been watching it the whole time. I've been watching
watching
too. Other people too? Okay, good. I just wanted to make that comment. Vote approval.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns? Matters we need to discuss?
Yeah, I thought you're gone.
I'm sorry, did we pass the motion to accept the extend preliminary review
Yes.
Yes.
and extend formal investigation?
Yeah, that was
One case?
7.4.3 and 7.4.
Yes,
Those are the two that you're referring to?
yes, 7.4.4 is the formal investigation. And 7.4.3 is the preliminary review.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Dr. Thomas, do we have something in our notes about attorney advice on fee legislation?
No, we, the presentation was not ready for discussion for this meeting. So, we're going to hopefully be ready for the next meeting, and then we'll discuss it at that time. Does that sound okay?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
wanted to make sure we weren't skipping anything, that's all.
No. All right. And then, I think that was all that I had. Okay. All right. Motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Everyone have a great evening. Thanks for your participation and your hard work getting ready for the meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Great job, very fast.
Good.
All right.
Yeah. Bye, folks.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye.